I gotta have some fun today. Particularly lazy but annoying day. My knee is feeling better, so there's that. Now, I think in my fever dream last night, I was extremely tired. I did come up with some kind of strategy to make electronic control rods or electrical control rods. And I need them as an input to a bunch of other things. So, whatever I come up... I thought I destroyed. Damn. Having stuff growing up through the floor. One of the things, I think they did a pretty good job of it in this game. If you have anything that's like man-made, so to speak, why isn't that transparent? Rendering distance. Well, that's fun. All right. Anyways, it's an optimization to make the game run better. I can't fault it for that. If you put any machinery that's operating next to the stuff, like the natural environment, it won't come back. So, like, if trees are going to grow, like, these will respawn if you blow them up, I think. It's also possible I didn't save it last night before I logged off. So, there's that. Let's figure out what I was trying to do. So, I think I was in the process of doing this. I think the closest thing to do... Let's see if we can zoom out here. I need the limestone and the quartz to go there, and then it can enter the blue processing area. The water I can bring in, and it will need to be next to, well, actually no, the iron and copper. Iron and copper I can probably do in one area as well. But I'll want their outputs to be facing that. And then the Caterium. So I need to do this. This is stage 1. It's important that you organize this stuff correctly, because if you don't get your head around what's happening here. Let's do something like this. Oh, this is not getting any better, is it? Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is a two-way. We really need all of that going there. So as an input, I'm probably going to start with the copper and iron, which is kind of what I did last time. And then I'm going to go into that and quartz. So I need these two next to each other. I need these two next to each other. And then I need to get some Caterium and put it somewhere near the water. And the output of this also needs to be near water. Okay, I'm going to bring these all to the same place because I'm going to be a month of Sundays trying to figure that out. All right, so this is going to be my entry point, I think. Like, this is super cluttered already. Can I... let's go to blueprints. Further can I take this before it starts looking weird? That's probably it there. Yeah. Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. At least it's right. Problem solved. Yeah, trying to organize this, like... I know I'm going to take some of the limestone and the quartz from this area. And I'm probably going to bring the water up that way too. Iron is going to come from there and probably the copper. So yeah, I'm going to have to expand further this way. Blueprints. Let's give ourselves lots of space here. I think the volume is down. I turned the volume way too down. It should definitely be louder than what it is. What have I got done here? Everything is up. I feel like I got my volume way higher than it needs to be. Okay. Got so much space. Violence. People seem to want to argue today. Between some of the current geopolitical issues that are on the go and some artistic ones relating to, of all things, the masters of the universe. I think the new He-Man movie is going to be good. That's all I said. I basically took a dump on the movie from the 80s because it was, you know, basically, in Portuguese we call it a shit in 3 acts. It started off with a bunch of, you know, stuff that feels a little like the Masters of the Universe, but it very quickly turns into, you know, Welcome to Venice Beach, California. And I'm like, this seems stupid. And that's all I wanted to say about it. But someone was like, you take that back. And I'm like, I will not. Stand by my convictions. It was a shit movie, and it will remain a shit movie. I mean, I know it has a cult following, but I mean, it's campy as hell, and I don't care for it. That's my point. It never win an award. Some of the production decisions and stuff were kind of shitty. And honestly, like, Skeletor is over the top. I think Jared Leto will do a decent job with the, you know, the high-pitched cackling voice and the sinister sounding, you know, delivery. And I think the guy that they picked, you know, assuming he doesn't have too tinny a voice, he's really working on his look. and I think it's gonna be decent. It didn't help that Dolph Lundgren could barely speak English way back when. It's basically, they said, listen, Ivan Drago dressed as Heat-Man. I mean, yeah, it was popular to typecast people way back then. Like, I mean, Arnold did nothing but action movies. You'll never see him in anything. Well, actually, no, he missed his chance. If he was going to do anything like really dramatic, it was long ago. First things first, I need to transport some iron over here. And I think what I'm going to do, because I've been busy cluttering these up, and that's probably not a good plan. I may have to find an alternate route, but because there's room underneath here, I may sneak them under that way. I think this should be plenty of space. When all's said and done, we're looking at 10, 25, 35, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 85. Oh, it's another 100. I think I need more space, but I did say I would get vertical. So I'll use the space that we have. Hello, drone. Bye-bye, drone. I'll bring it this way. But I'll bring it in and bring it up through the floor here, I guess, because it's on the edge. Let's go get that. So I need to bring iron and copper up here. I think I have... There's copper. I can see it. It's greenish. And there's an iron node right there. And a bunch of coal, which I don't think I need for right now. Let's... This is a good spot right here. Fall down now. So, I'll need platforms out from this. That will be the iron. Guess if I continue this way, I can probably get the copper. Then, here, we're going to drop down and do the same thing, because that's a bit convoluted and I don't want to do that. My red boy. This is my yellow boy. actually works, mother. Don't want to go any lower than this, I don't think. Much lower. Top. About 360. More than 360. Let's say 400. 78, 378. So I can always take more. I really wish I didn't have to mine this manually. Map. This copper node be a Mark III. Double overclocked. Uh, 78, I think, is what it was. I'm gonna bring the whole 480. Let's just waste, you know? Do I have anything around here? I would probably bring coal up this same way if I had to. So let's just tuck this off to the side. Six. Yeah. We gotta go up. So we're actually going to keep this below. Do something like that. If we had to do anything else, we do it on the other side and bring it a slightly different angle. But this will be good. This will be good. We'll be fine. So this one will come out and go that way. This one we'll have to figure out how to make it and do that. neither here nor there. I don't think it's going to be possible to bring that out at the same angle. When in doubt, rethink. I think in this particular case, I may want to go out one more. We'll sort that out if we need to. Yeah, I know this doesn't make sense, but I'm doing it anyways, because I want. Finish that afterwards. First. This is a peer node. That is... I need basically 600 off of this. I think is might be fully overclocked Mark II. Oi. Down. Touch that. This will have to be Mark V belt because reasons. And I'm going to want to hit the middle one, I think. Logistics. kill that. Let's kill that. You're gonna come this way. This, not at all. And below this, I'll put believability reasons. We'll do that. Then have iron and copper coming from there. They're going to be on the outside and inside, so I'd want them. Probably bring them into an elevator here. Two, three, four, 6. This one. If I bring that straight in, I might be able to curve that. No, not likely. It'll have to be directly. This one will have to be marked 5. Okay, and then when I bring it in, I can leave a gap here so that I can get by and run pipes or do whatever I want with it. But then, so the biggest thing is you put everything at ground level, and you can just, all of a sudden, you can't route anything anymore. Okay. So that is a Mark IV. This. Yeah, they really hooked something up with the way they do the angles at the ends of these belts now. I did this correctly. Everything should be ticking along just fine. These are all Mark IV. These are all copper and iron. So I can feed them into a bunch of foundries to get started to make copper ingots, or I'm going to make iron ingots. It's going to make stators, because because that's what happens when you wrap copper around a pipe. And then wrap copper around a rod, and then shove the rod into the pipe, and rotate one of them while you're electrifying the other. You create a generator or a motor, depending on what you want to use. See, I didn't waste all that time in school. Let's go get our quartz. 320. Say 240 and 360. How are we going to do that? So if I look, that's a Mark II, so I can easily wring another 360 out of that. And that was the copper I was going to use. I changed my mind. So I guess I could do the Caterium as well. I feel like I want to bring them all to the same spot. It's going to be here somewhere. I think I built my platform kind of does this. I brought the iron here. And the copper. I can probably bring the Caterium underneath and over to the same location. The other thing I could do is just branch it off here and bring it this way. How much Caterium do I need? 240 will do it. Let's go get that next. It's a slow day. I meant to start about 4 hours ago, but I had a bunch of odds and ends to do. I was doing up a short that I found particularly funny in Scum, so I could post that. I'm going to probably post more of those rather than really shitty links to the videos that I post, because if you want that, you'll find it. But I think that as a better hook, I would want people to see the funny shit and then want to see more of that. And I also posted my first tutorial for Satisfactory, and it's solving the pipe feedback problem. What are we dealing with here? I feel like this can be upgraded. I got 240. If I just upgrade this to a Mark III, I'll get another 240 out of it, which incidentally is about what I want. And I hate everything about this. So there's an opportunity here. Production. Mark III miner. I am missing turbo motors. Oh no. Quickly. I think I can make a turbo motor using a crafting bench. And excuse me for doing that. I'm lazy. Simple as that. It's aesthetically pleasing. Please tell me I can make a turbo motor without a machine. Yes. I do need to make a factory for these sooner rather than later, but I think one of the inputs to the turbo motor is the electrical rod thingy. The worst mechanic ever. I feel like that didn't destroy that plant. It did. Okay. Scan. Dark. That's 480. This will have to be... That's a sneaky. Could bring it over the ground that way.
This species now joins the lengthy list of creatures that have suffered at the hands of humans. Congratulations.
I think they used to drop meat. I think I kind of want to split again. And drop it down. And then bring it over. Okay. Did it automatically connect? Did not. That should have automatically connected. What do I want to do with this? do anything sensible with it. Get some power down here. Think I feel like I should drop it down here. I don't. Dun, 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 dun. Through the environment. They get lots of hits off their new updates. So I'll bring it this way and drop it down, and then we'll just tie it in with everything else. That'll be fine. Okay, so that's Caterium. Boom. Next is 300 water. I could absolutely overclock a single one and basically fill a Mark 1 pipe. Or I could do 3 of them and then just not pull everything from them, because I think if I go 2.5 times, I'm like quadrupling the power requirement or something. If I ran 3, I'd be saving something like a half or 30%. So in that case, you know, overclocking wouldn't make sense. That is the logical place to drop down, right? Okay. What's next? Let's solve this problem. I need 360 limestone, 240 raw quartz. That seems like the absolute worst way to get that out of there. Let's check our map. Maybe there is an easier way. Could bring it up and over the mountain, because right now I'm pretty sure this is the bullshit I'm currently doing. Is there absolutely any way to find a more convenient hole in this network? There is, right where I'm hauling the iron and everything. I'll bring the quartz up that way. Now, if there was a smidge of limestone in there too, that'd be great. But what I can do with that is where I'm bringing up the iron here somewhere, I can just carry it. I can continue it along and bring it underneath and then pop it up where I'd be getting the limestone from. So let's go get limestone. That's kind of how that should have been done. That should have been the way it was done before. We definitely should have fixed this earlier. This bin is a problem. And in theory, I'm not doing anything with this. Let's cut the power from that. This is in my infinite wisdom where I'm like storing the rocks. Like, why the hell would I do that? Let's put a sink here and spend some time emptying this stuff. Does not have to be convenient. Let's put a merger. Oh, okay. I was like, what is happening there? Just gonna tighten this up. I already have maximal there we go. And if I really need to empty my inventory here, let all of that finish. Smooth that out a bit. Not sure why there's a hesitation. So I think all of these would create some kind of a delay, I guess. Wrong button. Clear all of this out. And I can delete that container. I should have been bringing the quartz out from over there before. I don't know what I was thinking. But there is an unused node pretty close to there, so I'll start clean with that. pretty this up a little bit. Okay. So I need 360. Pretty sure. Yep. I'm going to take 360 off of this. To do it on a Mark IV belt. This finish what it's doing. I don't want to do this. I'm eventually going to destroy all of that anyway. I think I kind of want to I want to bring it around one below this. I can replace that with platforms and put it right underneath. And then gang it up with the Caterium there. It's just not going to look good. Let me suss this out. Nachos would be lovely. You want me to run out and get it, or did you say you were? Okay. If you don't want to, I can do the run. I'm feeling better. Okay. Move operating machine. Just gonna get rid of this because I don't need it anymore. like the way that is, because like, if you don't do this consistently, you end up with like this 1 meter offset at some point, and it's very irritating. Like sand. What? Ticket yet? Hmm. I don't know what these are worth. I would imagine it's not much, but I also think that it might not be worth waiting either. So I'm just going to run this poll. Which I don't even need to. I can just clean this up. If I wanted to hide all the power lines, that's probably how I would do it. But I don't. So I won't. Okay. And then I'll bring it this way and sneak it that way and in, I guess. This for here. Pulling 360 on a Mark IV belt. Yeah, it's kind of stupid, but you have to almost do a run with no. That's not good. Perfect. God, this is ugly. Okay, that's limestone. Now I gotta go get the quartz. So I think the place... And if I bring it up, I can bring it up on the far side here. Or I can bring it over that way. Underneath most of this. I can bring it quite a ways. I could bring it up. Yeah, I don't like that. Before I get too hot and bothered about that nonsense. Go see if we can find that entrance so we can pull the quartz. We can also get rid of this super shitty set of ramps. They were a necessary evil at one time. Also pretty this up. This is the entrance, which means I can probably bring it up. Bring it to here and then bring it up through this hole. It's logistic. Question is, how do I want to do that? I hate that, but we'll be. Stations. As I know, there isn't. Oh my god. Something for you. Oh. Killed 7 with 1 explosion. It's already taken. The other one that isn't taken is a very long way that way. Oh. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. What are you? You're a Mark II miner on a pure node. I need 240 quartz. So I'm just going to update this to a Mark III miner. Could overclock it, but I don't want it. I'm going to have to rework this slightly. I guess I'll just bring it along the ground. He was right in that paving all of this was kind of stupid. I don't have turbo motors for that, but I'm just going to overclock it for now. There's my 240. Get rid of... Splitter here. May need to do some more paving. That fills that up again. All I need to do, bring this way. Feel like the we're going off-road. Surface is too uneven. We're going. We don't need roads. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I'm in here. I want it to be... That's an input. Like, why is that like that? That's in, that goes all the way up. And... Uh, approximately, what is the height? Now, how do I want to do this? I feel like I want to extend it across and bring it up over there. BMAC, if you're hanging out. Stream Hub Shop. You don't sound interesting at all. Everybody always seems to have, you know, a solution for your problem. The problem is, it's just a cash grab. Always has been. You might say to yourself, well, what are you doing? Donations and stuff. I'm raising money for charity. It's not the same at all. I don't make a goddamn thing off it. I'm not a partner. I'm not a YouTube partner. I'm no one. Just trying to raise funds for charity. People are like, you're crazy. Why would you do that? Because I'm a fucking model human being. I think. No, I don't, actually. I'm immensely flawed. Horribly, horribly flawed. But I have good intentions. And honestly, if push came to shove, you know, I'm going to stand by my convictions. Though I will say one thing, though. I watch people run for the cure and all of that stuff. I'm not donating because you're running. I don't give a fuck what you do. Right? You do it for your birthday. You don't have to do a goddamn thing. I'll donate. That's how I roll. Sadly, that's not how a lot of other people feel. And it's something that I have to come to terms with. Because that's just... it's a ridiculous concept to me. Just don't agree with it at all. I've always said that, you know, charity is supposed to be selfless. If you donate some other way, I 110% agree with that. So, and I love to hear it, because if you're helping, that means, you know, you're doing something that is above and beyond, you know? You don't have to do it, and if you ask anybody with a grain of sense, they'd say you shouldn't do it. Or that it's a waste, or they'd find some other selfish reason to not help. Figure if there's something you can do, you should do it. Screwed up here. I had a lovely time the other night. I had someone from Denmark decided to hang out for a bit. And they were an absolute delight. They may not feel the same, as they were having a few. And, you know, that can make people a bit weird sometimes. I found them perfectly sensible. What's left? I got the limestone, I got the quartz. I think it's just water, and I can start cooking. So where do I want to bring the water from? It plays into the caterium processing, but also the output from the copper and the iron. So now we need to start planning how we want this to go. So I have the caterium over there. I can ship the water past it and take a tap off of it, and then continue it this way. But the output from steamed copper sheath is going to be tiny. Be the smallest amount. Think about this for a moment. I only need 7 of those. I need another 7 to make the other type of alloy. So I'll be crisscross this. So I'll put down 7 of one type, 7 of another, which I think I can fit 4 of these. So then the output in copper will need water to become that. Silica and the copper sheets will make circuit boards. So I want the processing of these two to be next to the sheet output. So I think I need to put a bunch of foundries along here, and then I'll have everything push in that way. I might reroute some of this to be in a better spot, which means I might be bringing the limestone over, and I might just bring this back. But I think I want my foundries to be right here. Where's my... Okay, it's all the way over there. Let's go configure our foundry setup so that it feeds from right to left. Foundries. Already configured from right to left. We are making iron alloy. Should be no surprises there. Should be all 6s. We're going to be carting maximum 3 something. That'll be a Mark IV belt. And this one be 314, which should be a Mark IV belt. So I need Mark IV belts. But why was that on 2 belts? I may need to double check my setup at that other place because I think I might have. The output from this will be what? 480, 600. So that's got to be Mark V, but this can be Mark IV. So I'm going to make it Mark IV and then upgrade it to Mark V if I need it. It's already Mark IV. So the outputs from this need to be Mark II belts. If I change this production of 75 to alloy, it's 100, so that still works. Now I need 14 of these. And I'm basically going to configure it so I can just pipe those 2 guys into it. I'm going to leave a gap of about 2. Put down our first loop boundary. Gap of 2. This So these will just connect to each other. No problem hitting the 14. Do that instead. Does that appear to be correct? Yes. Maybe I can just get this to lock. It's 12. Two. Okay. No. The ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess I break that. Okay. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if this become no, this definitely has to connect. That's 75 times 7, 500 and something. 600. This one will be 480. Then 7's 490. Oh, man. No. No. Does that make sense? I don't have this overclocked. 7 times 7 is 49, right? 7 times 6, 42. I need to put out 480. That'll be 150, 300, 450, and then this 7th one will have to put out 30. This is a Mark 4 belt. This one will have to be Mark 5. This recipe now has to become copper. This one is 6.29. 620. 628.5. Two, three, four, five, 6. And this needs to be 28.5. $562.5 plus 66. $628. So this has to be 28.5, right? Do here. Dukes. Mark belt, that's a bot. Let's make the bottom. That's mark 5 all the way. What we'll be able to do is do this. So that is all of the copper and the iron I'm going to need for this recipe. This is also an opportunity to show you how manifolding works. So what you'll see here, and it's the same for pipes, okay? If you have like a pipe full of fluid or something like that. Obviously the first in the chain, look how fast this is going. The first in the chain is going to draw as much as possible on its belts until it's full. Okay? So once these cap out, it'll only consume the minimum that it needs to keep processing, and then it'll top up. The rate which stuff is coming through here is a lot higher than that, so then it's going to start filling the next one, and then 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 the next one. So it's almost like a rolling wave until it gets all the way down to the end, which it eventually will, because I'm bringing it in at slightly a higher rate than I need to. So that'll work out. What happens, though, if you're using fluids, is that the fluid kind of sloshes back and forth and does all of the whatever it is that it's going to do. It's extremely inefficient. It takes forever, and you end up with stuff down here that just never turns on. So what you would do in those cases is you would actually set every single one of these to standby. You'd take this first one off of standby, and you would wait until all of the fluid that's coming in would completely fill this pipe and saturate it. At which point I would take this one off of standby, and I would allow the same thing to happen to that. And then I would continue to do this all the way down the line. Once it's saturated, nothing will ever stop again, as long as the pumps that are producing everything keep pumping. That's the difference between the manifold and the, I don't know what the alternative is. It's like the hub. Let's just go over here. So we have these done. So the next thing that I would probably want to do, because I have the copper further down, is I would probably put these 3 refineries over where it would be easier to get water. So what I suspect is I can probably put my sheet production here, which means that I should, at least my water should at least end here. Which means that, well, I could split the water. It's very inconvenient that the Caterium is all the way over there. But I do know that I need to bring the quartz and the limestone together to make fine concrete. Really at a loss to figure out what I'm going to do here. It would really have been beneficial to kind of bring everything from one area and get them all next to each other, and then I could draw on them as I need them. But at this point, I can literally bring in my water anywhere. So if I did bring it up from there, that's a really long way to go. I feel like I should bring it from over here. Actually, that's a lie. I think my intent was to bring it down this way. Basically, bring it all the way up for my copper, and then bring it along here, and then drop it down. It's so much easier to just do it from down there. Which of these do I think is going to stay? This should really become a cliff. But I started to raise it up here because this was in the way. There kind of is no sensible place to get water from here. I mean, in theory, this should be the easiest. You know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. Get to listen to those for a little bit. Yeah. Think rock. 2 for 2. Okay. So in order to make this make sense, I'm going to want to bring the water up to a certain height and then over. I mean, that's kind of a level. Easiest thing to do here, though, I think. Bring it over the... Ooh, is that empty? I think it is. Ugh, I never learned my lesson, you know? When it comes to pipes, it's always better to build your factory that requires the liquids close to the liquids, typically. Just this is such a mess. And I have no idea what I'm using that Caterium for. It might be for that factory right there. Oh, it totally is. That is a haul to bring that, you know? But I need to bring water over here, and I've created this wall of crap. So I'm gonna have to bring it underneath. So, yeah, I'll bring the pipe around this way. I'm not going to do anything fancy with it. At that point, I would probably want to bring it up here. So, I really don't like the altitude changes. That's not convenient. build a foundation like that. Let's keep going. What? I have power available right there. The fall season is only a couple of months away. So let's do... This is not very deep. Maybe I maybe should have looked here. That's All right, this was a freaking lousy place to get water. Unless I go further this way. Okay, let's get rid of that. Another one there. Now what do we want these to do? I need 300. That's 180 plus the 120 is 300. Perfect. Is that what I think I need? 220, 280, 291. Yep, that's 300. Based on the height of this, I don't think I want to go higher than that. You know what? That'll do. $60. Gotta be close to 291 or I'm not doing it. I think that's too tall. I will find out. If it can't keep up, it can't keep up. This is stupid. That's what it should. Okay. So I think at this point I would probably use the Mark 1 thumb. It should be. Good. Not exactly sure how this is going to work. Right on the back of his head. That's right. Maybe I am announced. There's no way I'm making it to the top of this. Maybe I am an announced. Probably need another. Yep. This should mean. Oop, did not expect that. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, we're doing good here. Yeah, I'm just going to go up and over that pipe. I mean, I don't know why I did this. Well, tree. It's been a peach. Wait. Yeah, right. I feel like this. But I still have enough pressure at the top of that to be able to lift this even more. So, I mean, some people struggle with this mightily, and I don't. I think this point, I'm probably going to want to keep it low. What may have to happen here is I'll probably have to put a pump. I don't need to add any extra pumping. That's crazy. Now, this little dip down might have something to do with it, but I can't be sure. But what I've done with that pipe is crazy. But now I don't have to worry about pressure anywhere else along here. So I'm going to need to get this water to a set of refineries. You know what? I think it may just make sense to bring the pipe this way. I could also transport my copper underneath. Anyway, I got my 300 water here. So I feel like the Caterium and the copper processing, I probably want to do all in the same place because I'm going to need 13 refineries. And I want to run my pipe right along it. Not going to be a popular idea. I'm going to do it anyway. I think I want to use this to bring the Caterium and the quartz around. Also bring the water this way. I need to get the copper over here. Let's run our refineries right along this way. As long as I stay at only at two edges, I can eventually fill everything in as we go. But I think the refineries should all be here. So let's see what our refinerino's blueprint is looking like. Save that blueprint. Load refinerinos. What was I trying to do here? These are the inputs. I need to make 13 pure Caterium. This pure Caterium. For that, I'm going to need 24 and 24. It's going to be going this way, so the Caterium can go in that direction. And I can refactor those belts however I see fit. Just revert these to normal pipes. The outputs on this side, just Caterium. For the copper sheets, it's just copper sheets. So this is 12. I think the copper sheets are single. I think I want to reverse these belts. Yeah, that's fine. That'll be pumping everything out to the left. It's all powered up. So I want to leave my border of 2, so I have some space to do stuff. Oops. Right in the middle of that, I have apparently put then in blueprints, refineries. Let's see, what am I doing? One's here. No, that's God. That's a hassle. No, turn that off. That's. Did I say I needed 13? Yeah, basically. Okay. I went with. So I have copper there. I would want to feed it into this. to make the sheets. There'll be 3 down there, and I want the Caterium to go into this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's the outputs. So I don't need this to go all the way up. I think I deviated somewhere here. I don't think that's where I wanted that to go, but it does line up, so I'm just gonna be okay with it. Looking for this is nitpicky, but very nitpicky. I don't know how to shoot a shot. Is that for 360? Just in case these pipes don't work. What you'll notice here is so here you'll see that I'm manifolding a fluid. And what the manifold means is that I have one pipe and I just have a string of things drawing off of it. Now, I have almost exactly what I need coming in on this pipe. And as you can see, it's taking a while for it to fill all these pipes downstream. So the problem that I'm going to encounter is that when I turn these on, they each have a hopper of 50 to fill with water before the rest. Now, luckily, this entire pipe will be full before I turn them on, which is essentially what the advice is. Stick them all on standby and only turn on them one by one until each of these fills up. Okay? It's not a complex tutorial, but there it is. 227. So I'll just sit here comfortably and let that fill up. What I'll need to do here is I'll have to get that Caterium. Don't want to bring this all the way up. Does that have an ugly little gap? Yeah, that's almost clipping to the top of that platform. All right, so I need to get my Caterium over here, and then I may reverse this and bring my copper over and pump it in this way, but I only need to rearrange 3 at the end here. I should focus on making more sweeping motions. Stay fixed on a point. I could use cable runners to get it to go over there. I think I may do that. Unfortunately, with the shit job that I did with this pipe here, to be able to could bring it out and current it that way, and then it just reach. Figures it wouldn't reach. So what I'm hoping for now is that if I use 9, can I get the height right? Oh, damn. That might actually work. Height is 9. Why you suck so bad? Six. guess at that point I can turn this on. So how am I going to get power to that? I didn't do the standby thing. So as you can see, this is filling up really quick. But what it ends up doing is kind of starving the downstream. Let's see here. So I've got... I need to produce 112 and a half. These are making 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 12 is 108, which means this last one needs to be making 4.5. Go. And that matches 112.5. 112.5. And just kidding. So now I need to feed the copper in here, but in order to do that, I'm going to reverse these. So as I could have snuck them under the floor, because right now I'm going to have to... kind of wish I could undid that. Won't be so bad. Nah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Let's do a splitter. This is not going to be Caterium. This is going to be steamed sheets. This has to be producing 66 sheets. So I think each of these 22.5, that's 45. Last one needs to be making 21. That makes sense? Yeah. What's the input though? Easy peasy. Is it? 22.5, 66 in. It's going to be a Mark II belt. And just for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to drive it down through the floor. Excuse me. Should just automatically attach. That doesn't matter because this... Any second now, I will see copper sheets. All right, so this is all done. So I have the steam sheets. Now, in order for this to make sense, I could take the caterium and more copper ingots. I need to put a splitter on it. Because I only needed 66, I got another 562. That's great. How many ingots are you producing? 28. Normally you produce 100. That's way too many. I could make this one make exactly 66. And then change the ratio of this one. I think I will do that, actually. And then I can take the output directly from this and bring it wherever I want. Okay. 66... 100 minus 66. Need you to be producing 34. It's not at all what. Minus 100. 66 minus 28.5. 37 and a half. So then 162.5. That's what I want here. This one can be 66. That's the Mark II belt. Oops. I'm a dangerous one. Blew it up. Alright, so this is making 66, which is exactly what this production needs. That connection's made. That's good. I could drop another one down through the floor to bring this other 562.5. You know the answer was right there the whole time. Sleepy? Why didn't you stick around, Sleepy? What'd you think I was playing, dude? Well, you're into this, aren't you? That guy's making sheets. That's caterium ingots. So what I need is all of my caterium and all of my copper. I'm gonna make 15 assemblers now. Because I have my caterium output and my copper output. I think I'll just put them right across here. Let's go check my assembler recipe. Save for science. Do cheapy weepy. Kind of nut bar. Oh shit, do I have going on here? This. I'm combining copper and K to make quick wire, right? Let's see, that's what I'm making. Deuterium and copper, right? Used quick wire. So that's putting out 90. The amount of quick wire I'm going to be putting out is incredible. I'll use Mark IV belts for all of it. Because they'll be in batches of 450. That's the output. And the inputs. The inputs will all be on one belt. The copper will be on a Mark V. And the Deuterium will be on a Mark II. So I'll sort that out once I get in there. The inputs are reasonable. And they're all powered up. This is good. Save. They're both going in the same direction. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. I will want Beepy Weepy 2 going in that direction. Need 15 of these. I'll need to be able to put 4. They take up about 5. So I'll be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, gonna be close. The alternative is to put them back to back and kind of loop them. Might actually make sense. Let's see. I got my Deuterium right there. Could do that. I could easily get 4 of these together. Okay, let's start on this side, keeping it sensible. I can just squeeze 3 in here. I'll be up. I feel like I should have tacked it on to the other end. Let's take from inventory. Okay. Want to move this over just one more square, I think. I have no idea what I pinged for. Don't care. There. Something. These are the easiest to line up. Just got to make them touch. That. These that I need? Exactly 15. So I have 16 here now. Not too cramped. I could have moved it over just a smidge more. But I kind of didn't want to cramp all of that. I don't hate this. So this has to be quick water used. So I'm probably going to bring the copper to here. This probably use these for. What? Oh. I feel like that should be. Deuterium should be on Mark II. This. What? Oh. Oh. This might look a bit weird. Two. This going to be a Mark V. This point, don't know where the power poles are. Why is this already connected? Oh, just looks. Means that there's another one stuck in the middle of nowhere here. Let's bring it. So how many of these? That's going to be making 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. That's 450. I could do the Mark V belt, but I don't want to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That. The thing I'm missing here is that I don't have the copper connected. That's not adequate at all. What should happen is that these should start pumping out quick wire in batches of 450 on belts of 480. Look at it go! I love that. I love that so much. done this, I need to take... I need to take all of the iron and turn it into pipes. Well, I've got all my quick wire at this area, and I've got my iron. I'll be running it all underneath, basically. So I could take that feed of quick wire and bring it down here and feed it into... how many assemblers? 8 assemblers. No. I need 5 constructors to turn those into iron pipes. But I guess I can wrap this around, put it into 8 assemblers. So if I do cheapy weepy here one more time, bang, bang, bang. And all I have to do is take pretty much all of my iron and turn it into pipes. Feed it into it. It's unfortunate that all of the iron is down there, though. Why are you not working? Just temporarily. Should energize everything again, right? So this is energized. This really is the trick. I get the analysis paralysis here. It might be easier for me to bring the Caterium wire down here, because then I'll be ready to shove it into a bunch of assemblers to make the finished product. Because I need to set up 10 manufacturers. So I can do the silica next. Yeah, I can do the silica right here. So if I do the silica, then I just need to find space for quite a few. And I know these manufacturers are fucking huge. Well, I have all of this used, so I can use this space with impunity. So if I feed the wires this way, then I just need to find a way to get iron pipes to... Oh, that would totally work. Oh. You know, if you just have a little thinky think about it, you know, you can figure it out. So how do I need to rearrange these now? I need to make... What is the stator recipe? Iron stator or something. What are the demands on this? 16 and 60, so I'm not worried about that. Need I'll be downclocking more, which is fine. I feel like I want... I think I want them going in the same direction again. So they'll be going that way. Yeah, I don't hate this. Do Cheapy Weepy 2 again, right here. At some point, I'm going to have to go up. I'm just trying to leave enough space that if I got to do any shenanigans to get stuff in and around, I mean, I could make this more compact, for sure. The wire, 60. All of these is going to have to be 50%. We'll make it this guy. He'll be 50. 60 stators. 8 times 7 is... 28, 56. And then 4, yeah. At this point, I'll just take the output from here. So that is good for 480. That means that this belt feed that. Means that the iron pipes are going to have to come in here somehow. But I can bring them down this way. There's the output. I just need constructors here, and I can just bring the iron over, because nothing here needs to come out again, unless it's on this side. Let's go check constructors for iron pipes. Pipes cons. No, no, no. Let's see. That's input, but it's going in the wrong direction. is it would actually be more convenient if it went in that direction. How many of these do I need? 5. Perfect. So this is it. And then that means that the output will be going in the right direction. Oh, that is wonderful. Yeah, that's exactly what. So I need 100 iron ingots. That would be 500. Should be enough. Each of these. These would be making how many? 25. That's fine. 120. They What I want to do is I want to put it here so that the iron comes in the far side, but then the pipes come out the near side, and then I can figure out how I'm going to connect those together. They can go right. Oh, I haven't connected those yet. I don't have any loose ends. This. He starts. They start producing iron pipes. Do, 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 do. And then I need the output of this to go someplace. Sixteen times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. think one of these pipe constructors needs to be at 80%. I think one of these I already turned down. One at this end. Okay. This is starting to look good. Not super condensed. This is a bit weird. I probably could have, and I'm gonna. Okay, well, this bullshit. I think this is supposed to be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 and a bit. Two, 3, 4 bits. Something else. Verticality, the bare minimum. I have the pipe constructors. I have the stators. Now I need all that quick wire to go in there. I need to create... These are so big. I almost always put them up a level. So I need to find space for another 16... Well, 20 assemblers. I almost got 16 across there. So, I mean, all of the... So let's put the assemblers for fine concrete here. How many of those do I need? I need 9. This I will want. Punk. I don't care about the direction of this because I've been leaving myself a lot of space, so I don't have to tool around with stuff. But I am going to put it backwards because I do want the output to go that way. Which means the inputs will be this way, which means I got to figure out how to get that lime. But I can just trace it along here. I don't have anything going out around. The real question is, how am I going to get all this quick wire? Can't block that off. I can thread it in through here. Yeah, that'll make sense. Okay, let me go save this. We'll give it a shot. Worst case scenario, we got to delete it all and rejig the blueprint and then put it back down again. Let's hit save. And check. Yeah, that's good stuff. I want to come in this way. But I don't want to congest that there. Because I'll be bringing the quick wire along there as well. 8.4. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One of these need. How many am I making? 375. What are each of these doing? Making 50. So 1, 2, 3. What? Oh, some of it needs to come down here. Oh, I make cheap silicon. Silicon. Let's revisit this. 52.5. Wow. So I need to get 66 out of 2 of these to make circuit boards with my copper sheets, which I have all the way over there, and which may not be easy. I'm regretting that already. But theoretically, I could bring some of the output down this way if I had to. Is there any way for me, practically, to get 66 out of this? Could do 33 and 33, but then I need 375 out of the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $53.56, which is not quite enough. So I could daisy chain. That's probably. How much of this is there? 375 plus 66. It's easily covered by Mark IV belt. Which this already is. On the flip side, this is 37, and it's easier for me to just look at this. That's a Mark IV belt. That's a Mark III belt. So we're not going to fiddle with that just yet. We used to, I don't know why I've been thinking about it. If you've ever had poutine, that's one thing. But if you've ever had sloppy fries, something else. We used to eat that a lot when we were kids. So I'll just upgrade all of these. You never know when you're going to want to draw a bit of extra power. So I need to get the quartz into this thing. I need to get the limestone in here. But the question is, how do I get the limestone? If there's anything else that needs to come this way. So what are you? SMR 4 belt. Okay. What I'd probably do is that. At least at this point, that might be too long. SMR 3 belts. Before we do that one, I want to do this. I feel like I went too far with this. I'll probably do this. Nope. Is this making sense? I don't think it is. That gets the limestone in, leaves lots of space to move stuff around. Then I can then upgrade all of this to Mark 4. Oh my god. My puppy is losing his shit. God, she stomps. Holy shit. She weighed 300 pounds. She doesn't, by the way. Here you go, buddy. I could bring these two through there. I could even put them on a stacker. That might make sense later. So that's the cheap silica. Next thing is circuit boards. And then I think it's blenders, and the final stage is the assemblers. Okay. I need to stick a bank of assemblers in here somewhere. And they will be one of the first. So I'll have the silica coming here. And if it goes into the thing to make circuit boards there, then I can trace it out and then feed all of the blenders. I can also bring the quick wire either this way or that way. What would I be missing? And whatever I've been making the circuit boards would also be along the same bus. It's not what I wanted. Let's go make circuit boards. So for that, I'm going to need silica and copper sheets. It is 5 o'clock. I have to go. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to finish this right now. I am going to finish this later before I jump on to do anything else. I can promise you that. So we should be able to put the assemblers here, and then a ton of space, do we? I'm just going to put the circuit board production there, leaving lots of space. Should be able to hit the blenders there. Or I might go up a level for the blenders and then come back down with 8 more assemblers for something else. And then back here I'll put, if I need to fly the stuff around, I'll put it right on the back. We'll see. I have to fix this keyboard because the mother. I could bring this back this way here, but then I still have room to bring everything up. So that's the silica. Now, I think in order to get this to work, I'm going to want to bring this. This won't be hellish. So for this, let's drop down here. I need to ditch this. And I think I need to reverse this other thing, but maybe I don't. So that's silica, and in order to get the copper, I'll need to. Oh, I stuck it out that way, did I? Well, we don't have to worry about anything coming in this way. So let's do that. What are you producing? It shouldn't be... I don't think it's 22. It's going to be a tier 2. There's no friggin' way. 21, 22, it's 45, 60 something. So that's tier 2. Is that? Yeah. So I'm bringing it. What have I got to work? Absolutely nothing. Unless I bring it down 2. Such a terrible. It always sucks so bad to do this. I feel like I could probably do something above ground. I don't think I can do the... I don't think I can do... Yeah. Oh. It's, oh, right in the middle of this. This is... Let's go. Okay. Get it to line up with this. That's right. No. No, no. I... Uh... Other... My biggest adversary in a lot of these role-playing games is serious lack of hubris. That shouldn't have been that way. I should have been able to hop it over and then went back up to the level. What that means is that I'm now making circuit boards, sort of. Oh, I haven't. Right. I think what happens here is oh. I am now in 10 blender territory. I'm going to need quick wire, the circuit boards, and whatever remaining silica that I have coming through here. Oops. Escape. Let me... So I can bring the silica out. Silica. I need circuit boards and quick wire. Circuit boards are output here. Wait. I have way too much horsepower on the end of this. 12.5. Silica, circuit boards, quick wire. Pretty much all of that. All on a Mark IV because it's 450. So I need to check me blendies. And I'm going to need 10 of them. Stop that. Oh. Blenderino. What am I making? High-speed conductors. Are you joking? I don't have the fucking recipe? Oh, it's a manufacturer. Shit. It's the wrong one. Oh, blue. I don't have what it takes. Cancel. Clear blueprints. Excellent. I think I need manufacture. I am not sure what I just did. I think I held Alt instead of Control. Alright, so this is silica, circuit board, and quick wire. Quick wire will be coming from underneath. I feel like making that the lower one would be better. So then I can feed the other ones up and around. Okay. We need a splitter. Good there. And good. This one. This one. I need them to line up. Like, I don't think that's right. I feel like it's not the same. Oh, it really is. So wait, that one. I think it did. Okay. I don't think any of this is considered high speed. Quick connector? High speed? What? Silicon high speed connector. That. Okay. 90. So the quick wire, which is going to be on the bottom, is going to need tier 2. That needs to be there. What? Uh, 'Cause you could move this out a little. Yeah, that's going to clip. You know what? That's how I would have done it. I would have done it that way. Yeah. 450. It's gonna have to be. It's gonna have to be. Oh, what? No. Yeah. Don't worry. That's. Everything still connects. It's the idea. I'm gonna have 30 high-speed connectors to feed into an assembler. Let's have a look. Okay. How many assemblers am I gonna need? Because I have the stators right here. So I feel like the assemblers, all 8 of them, should be in this area. And I think I could. Or at least put them in a line. Here. How many of them do I need? I need to save this. I'm gonna save it, and then I'm gonna figure out the assembler situation. I need power. He got the way to no man shall. I honestly don't think there's a good way to do this. At all. That is rope thin. Manufacturers. Nope. Manufacture. Oh, I can do all of that over here. So I can go like so. I put two more of these. Then this has to go. Doesn't make any sense. The quick wire, the silica is 37. So it's going to have to be 75 times 3 is 225. That has to be a tier 3 belt. Okay. This will be the circuit boards. So 90 times 5 is 450. So I need quick wire to each of these. Logistics, production. What's logistics? Gonna want that. Let's hook these up first and then make apologies later, I would assume. So that's gonna be quick wire. Let's see. How am I gonna get the quick wire? I am gonna duck it down through the floor. Let's just pick the spots first. So I'm gonna have one. That. We are almost free. Yeah, we're free and clear to You got to wait a minute, Jerry. That's quick wire. Don't have any. Yeah. I think we're gonna get what we want here. So I have to plug in the circuit boards to the top and the silica. I will watch that come back around. hell? Oh, it's... What? How is this connected? One, two, and then I get an extra. Does that make sense? Why are the circuit boards the problem? Okay, let's okay. What does this make? Quick connectors. There are 10 of those. So what I need to do is connect. I could get the 8. Should be able to get the 8. What is cheapy weepy too? All I really want to do is finish this build. Probably be all right. I put them sideways. There's probably a possibility that I could go underneath. Let's see. No, there's no way. I could do it like that, maybe. This is the output. Be 8 times 7.5. Put whatever I want over there. I'm going to be making 60 then. Go in this stator and that's that's gonna go in. This should also. The output of circuit boards is going to have to hit top shelf, I guess, to the bottom shelf. So that's the circuit. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many stators? 60. So I can use a normal size ball. That's going to feel like that's an output. Okay, so the two next to each other over that one is one of the other. That's don't understand. Right in the middle. Okay, so that's Gonna. Oh, that's not good. Let's go a couple. I've got stuff going around on. There's the stators. This is. think I did it. I'm now making electric rods. That's not half bad. Have to excuse my yawn. But if I need a flight pad or whatever, then I'll do it up above this. Let us destroy this or not. Catch you all